There's my mic working now. Hello, once more, the greeting again. It's Ray-Kon here, and today we shall be doing some premium Mega Colony, but not just anything. We're going to be doing the machining package. The reason why we'll be doing this is we'll show right now. So first off, let's just look at how we're going to be playing it. First off, just grade 0 machining starter. Don't necessarily need it, but it'd be fun to have it. Well, we might need it for this guy. First off, we're going to be showing our triggers. We have 4 Earth Dreamers, which is an interesting card that is puts you on top of your deck at the beginning of your right phase. If the number of your opponent's trigger cards at rest is 3 or more, your opponent may pay the cost. If you do, shuffle your deck and draw 2 cards. So this is something I have interchangeable with Mega Colony Battler F, mostly because these are the cards that are meant to just draw more cards. Obviously, this needs a little bit more setup in order to get the extra draws, with my opponent needing more cards on the board. And most good decks, or very versatile decks, usually have methods to just picking up their board or throwing it away and then use it together, which I'm talking about either is Bermuda, Grand Blue, or Pale Moon. Usually they have the ability to just pick up their stuff and then leave. So we have another method to get to them. We're going to be running 4 of the Riddle Honey, just the grade 3 Strider. We're going to be running 2 of the Faint Feather of the grade 3 Heal. And we're going to be running 4 of the Scissor Shot Mutant Bomb Sister, mostly because if we get the damage, we get the draw, yada yada yada. And now we're going to be running 2 of the Machining Heal. That was errata, so we can now have an ASA plus 10k and a 50k shield. Mostly just to have the ability to have counter charge or soul charge whenever we need it, or in just flipping more cards in the board. Then for our cards, we are going to be showing our first Sentinel, which is Machining Ladybug, which is the Quintech Guard, which is a counterblast. When this card is played from hand, counterblast 1. If I have Mega Colony Vanguard, I pay the cost. Reveal the top 5 cards in my deck. Call all Mega Colony Guardians to the Guardian Triple at rest, and then put the rest in the drop zone. Just a card that if we don't have enough cards to guard with, we just throw everything on the board and just protect ourselves. Another 2 others is going to be Machining Tardigrade, which is the Machining Perfect card from G, which obviously has the Sentinel ability, but it also has auto with this instant retirement card, so put you in Soul Charge 1. So now we have a card that if we ever need Soul in an emergency after doing the Perfect card, we can have it. Now we're going to be running the other fun card, which is Stealth Millipede, grade 1 unit with 7k power. Which reads, auto of this unit is at rest, all your opponent's rear guards in the same column as this unit cannot stand. Which also jumps into the strategy of just making sure our opponents are not able to play the game. Other cards that we have are also when it attacks or the attack it boosted hits, put this unit into your soul and you may counter charge 1. Counter charger, that's a lot less reliable because it involves us hitting hits, but we're mostly going to be running for the first skill. The second skill is mostly the handy. We're going to be trying to rely on Machining Snowwing to get the counter charger we need when we need it. Other card we're going to be running is Rhythm Blister, just a handy card that just can bounce to hand if our opponent has his entire board in rest. And also we have the second ability, which is when this unit guards a Vanguard attack. When this unit is put in the Guardian Circle and our opponent's Vanguard is at rest, we can Soul Blast, discard a card, and then shoot when your opponent's regards rested, and then you can stand until the end of the turn. Next, for our last perfect card, is the Elementary Sanctitude. If they have strides, then we can just get a free perfect card. Then we have grade 2 Machining Scatterhorn, which is when this unit plays from hand, look at the top 6 cards from the top of your deck, reveal up to 1 non-grade 2 machining card from among them, put it into your hand and shuffle your deck. Then, if you put a card from your hand, put a card from your hand into the soul. So just another extra card for Soul Charge. We not necessarily need it, but it's just another fun card to have. Plus, it being machining, while it can't search itself out, it helps us just search out our grade 3s and our perfect guards, our heal, and yada yada yada. Just a handy card. We're going to be running now 3 of Mega Colony Battler S. This is the card that is going to be enabling us doing the superior clawing to our opponent 4. This is when you place our rear guard, Soul Blast. When I choose a card from their hand, call it to rear guard as rest. Then they draw a card, and that unit cannot stand during their standby. Also, your opponent can activate the auto abilities when the unit's called. Also, drop if your opponent has no standing units. Discard a card from your hand, call this card to an open rear guard, and then charge. Then, for our last card, we have Charming Mutant Sweet Cocktail. This is the good old card that when it's rode upon, we can throw Cradle Marker into the board. It also has the second ability, which is the actual ability that we want, which is you put in Guardian Circle or it attacks a Greater Vanguard. Soul Blast, your opponent chooses one of their standing rear guards and they may retire it. If nothing was retired, then we can draw a card plus 5k to our front row. Just genuinely good card that can get us into bigger numbers and just make our, if we have weaker units on the board, then they can start hitting actually good numbers. Then we have good old Plundering Moon Steel Land. This is just our grade 1, grade 2, grade 0 searcher. If we ever need it, this is going to be looking for the pieces we're going to need when we get it. Hopefully we draw this on often. If not, well, you know, that is what it is. For our grade 3, we have Machining Stack Bait from V6, which is when the unit plays from a hand, Vanguard Rearguard, call up the 2 cards from your Soul's Rest, and if this unit's on Vanguard until the end of the turn, this unit gets the original attack of all the units called by this effect. Now, this is the handy thing we're going to be doing with this ability. It means that anything we do ride or we soul charge by accident, whether ability or not, we still get access to it, even if it's in the rest position. So basically with this ability, we're able to get access to Stealth Millipede, so we can just shut down a row, or we can just get Brilliant Blister if it's a soul, we have to ride it. We also get access to Megacolony Battle S if we shove it into soul by some accident, or Sweet Cocktail if we do have it. Obviously, rested, we won't get a lot of access to the stuff, but we do just have the cards to use it, which is very neat. Obviously, our targets are going to be either Stealth Millipede, Brilliant Blister, or even if we ever shove it into Soul, Earth Dreamer, which is another card that has a G ability, Generation Break 1, meaning we're going to need a stride for it, but you know, then the breaks. And that's partially the reason why I'm contemplating taking out Earth Dreamer, because while it is handy, it just needs a lot of setup. And while some cards, forcing my opponent to throw the cards into the board is somewhat useful, even if they get a draw out of it, it is still something we're just going to have to meh on around it. So we're going to be trying this at once, and if it doesn't work out, which honestly, it seems that it might not work out, we're just going to be running for Megacolony Battler F. Mostly just because it's another card that we can shove into Soul, gives us a draw, and also gives us 10k power, and we don't necessarily need setup, and our Vanguard's just going to get a big power boost. So it's just extra pressure and nice things. Now, for our another option that we also have is Machining Ornamental. Now, she is when this unit is played against, rest all the other rear guards and perform all the following effects below. Soul Blast a great third card with Chaining in its card name, and perform both instead. First of all, the first ability is choose all your rest rear guards, they get plus 5k power. We're not going to be really using that one. The ability that we want to use is your opponent can only stand up to 2 of his or her units during your opponent's next stand phase. So basically, it's just another method of control we're going to be having. We're going to be jumping in between her and her Stag Beetle in order to activate our abilities. Obviously, Stag Beetles are going to be our main choice in order to create a level of control in the deck. But with Ornamental, if my opponent has a full board and they just have certain units that they want to get access to, then Ornamental just tells them you have to choose units. Obviously, they choose 2. But if they have a full board, it's basically a shutdown. Obviously, Stag Beetle is the main choice while we're doing it, mostly because he gets the extra power, we get the extra superior calls, so we get units to access, and you see why we get a lot more benefit out of Megacolony Battle F, because even if they're rested, they can still shove themselves up and shove themselves into the soul again, give me a draw, and plus power to the Vanguard. So it's just genuinely very solid to run. Now, other cards that we have is also Pincer Attack Minion and Shoot Scissors, just over a solid second attacker, Counterblast, superior calls himself, then Soul Blast, stand it, and plus gets plus 10k. Now G-Zone, mostly the same for this deck that I would run normally, just Darkface Gridora, we have Crow Welby, where there's a possibility since we soul charge a lot more in this deck, even though we do have some Soul Blast and taking cards out of Soul, just the big number is generally useful. Okay, we have obviously one Relish Lady, just Vanguard goes in there. We can also look for resources, but it only works on Vanguard. We're having run 3 of Meleganantis. Just overall, just solid card that if we have it face up, we can just retire stuff, get a draw, get counter charge. If not, we can get a minus 10k to our opponent's Vanguard, which is genuinely sweet. We got up to Randus, up to 2. Mostly just tell them not to play. Only up to 2 because that's all it's worth. We're going to be running 1 Melagama, mostly because Melagama is just emergencies, she's a free stride, yada yada yada. I don't really need a grade 3 to stride after using this card. So even if I whiff her and we don't really need to access all the resources that we need, she still works. Then we have Grist Rod, which also only works on Vanguard. It's a counter blast, gets plus attack, 5k power for every 2 of your opponent's rested rear guards until the end of that battle. So it's potentially just our biggest shield if my opponent has too many cards on board. If they have 6, that's a 15k boost on top. Plus, it also rests all the back row. So if they use the back row for multi-attacks or something so forth, or we deal with an Aqua Force, this is a good shutdown for them. But overall, not something we're going to be accessing a lot of times. And honestly speaking, with Relish Lady Reuser, we're probably going to flip her up. We also have 2 of Morphosian, because it's just our best G-Guard, other than, obviously, Cruelby. Just easy access to just a lot of shield if they don't have a lot. Actually, I might switch it so it's Cruelby more on power. It's just Cruelby's just the bigger power boost. We're going to be running also 2 copies of Overwhelm, just solid card that if my opponent has a lot of rested stuff, it just gives us an entire hand. And also for each stab face down damage, we can get a plus 2k power. That's it. But if they don't have a lot, then we can get a crit plus drive, which is not really what we want. We want the draw. Obviously, Zoa, it's Zoa. That's it. Just card go there, she does her stuff, yada yada. Here you have Harmonics Messiah just because of this stuff, and that's about it. Now I'll be out for a bit. So we just update this. And let's leave the deck there. And let's open the Be Back. Be right back, let me go. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So it took so long. Groceries. And nobody was helping with the groceries. So I am here. Now without further ado, let us jump in. I have one test. We're going to see if the gimmick works. Obviously, I don't have a lot of positivity with it. Open the and there we go. Challenged by a person. Tails, I will be picking tails, good sir. 3, 4. I'll be going second. Good luck, have fun. Bottom, 1, 2. Okay. 4 and throw it. I'll be right back. I am back. Ooh, this will be interesting. Okay, this is gonna be fairly interesting. This is the get tokens. Gets to draw. Then okay. Stand and draw. Get okay. Get the first of actually Messiah. Like that. Flip. Then get a draw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Chip. Okay, then battle. 8K. We got our first unit there. So we shall be smacking with this. No go. Drive check. We got stealth millipede. All right. Ooh. Okay. So it's not necessarily the token mechanic we're seeing right now. It still could be, but we're already seeing Ruth. It's not good too there. So they're planning to stall just a bit. All this one. 1. Nothing. We have a token mechanic plus that. This would be a 20k. We drop stride fodder. Will not be difficult. Sandro. Right, grade 2. Grade 2's ability. Look at the top 6 cards in my deck. And then we choose a machining unit from among them, add it to hand. And double. 1, 2, 3, 4. and then choose a unit from our hand and then put it into the soul. So I'll be choosing this one here. Up. Thinking. Should be fine. So then, call again, activate the ability. Look at the top 6 cards of our deck. Sorry. Top 6. Choose a machining unit from among them. To hand. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, and then choose a unit from amongst them, and then shove it back in there. Considering what I'm seeing from his cards, it's not a Musketeer specific playstyle, it's tokens. So we won't be needing ornamental specific. So, and then calling Stealth Millipede. And then calling this lady here. And when this unit attacks a grade 2 Greater Vanguard, I can activate the ability. Nothing here, so battle. Attacking, 9k. Took it. Then, Scatterhorn attacks our Vanguard. No guard, drive check. Heal trigger, if you will give me a sec. Power over here. Perfect. Then, with a boost, Stealth Millipede will attack the Vanguard. He took the damage. Then, took the soul. Entered. Got no counter blast, but whatever. I'll be back in a bit. I've been muted this entire fucking time and I fucking hate it. This is great. This is great content. Damn it. Fucking, whatever. Keep going. Ah, damn. Now it's disconnecting again. Okay. perfect guard. Triple drive. Critical trigger. All effects over to here. Power and crit. Second check. Nothing. Third check. Stand trigger. Power to... This is a 19k, 14k, 14k, 23, 24k. So it's pretty decent numbers. Here. Should have attacked with this, then done the other. Oh well. So 14k there. Then do this. Yeah, I should have anticipated the fact they could have called a grade 2 there. They could have fucked me over. So I should have done a double Brilliant Blister. There we go. Then, end of turn. Skill this guy. Bounce there. Don't have enough. His move. He's able to do his shenanigans again. Yeah, I fucked up. Well. I have to reduce the copy of Mega Colony Battler S because this combo is not good enough because I can't cancel intercepts. Unless I have my intercept blocker, which is either Giraffe grade 2 or my Machining grade 2, who can cancel intercepts and boost. Might do that modification, honestly. So reduce copies. Well, I would increase copies of this. But I have less getting a lot more benefit with that. He's doing Bracing Angel Ladder. All your rear guards cannot be chosen, cannot be put under other rear guard other than by rear guard by opponent's card effects. So I can't choose them, but I still can math rest it if I can. So I can't do Obdurandus. If I can draw another Overwhelm, maybe? I don't know if I have another one. That's the problem. I already discarded one. Threw one away to Soul. And this is just going to be mass abuse. I don't have another... yeah, just the Earth Dreamer is not a good idea. And then Intercept. And then Guard. This is going to be very big problems for us. We have a G-Guard that we can use for this. Contemplate his next attack. $60k. Very dangerous. Get Soul back. Get a damage. I need that damage if I want to do my shenanigans. Will not be able to do that. Don't have the counter blast. Yep. Not having the ability to just choose the cards I want is really bad here. Attack, search your deck up to the same number of cards. A plant token, call them to reshuffle your deck. So you can check top 5, and these are the top 5. How's the grade 3? Yes, first call the carpet. Shoes. Yes. Then you do abilities. So he retires the 2 for that. So he gets the token from carpet here. We'll have to check that wording out because she's already dead when activating that ability. Beep beep. Nothing. Critical. I can block that. There we go. 43k. That is Generation Guard, do that thing. Soul Blast, then shut down that. Okay. So do this. Soul Blast. Throw away the Ornamental. Then right. He's right, can't choose him. Pay for nothing. Well, that was shit. Well, I fucked myself over, didn't I? Okay. That was a fuck up on my end. It's another grade 3 call and another call there. Yep, I have to move this. Okay. Generally depends on the deck. Okay. We'll be adjusting my playstyle now a little bit more here. Pretty sure he can't interact with that unless some kind of ball circle says fuck it. Dude, I have one card in deck. What the fuck do you want from me? GG. And now going back. Okay. So now let's do some adjusting here. First off, I didn't add a G guard. That's something bad on my end. Gotta take out Earth Dreamer. 2 RNG. Bomb Scissor, dropping him to 3. We're gonna be adding the 4 copies of him, of F. Has him for G guard. The one from Stoic is still pretty good. So I don't see a problem with running that one. Still gonna be running Blessed Favor. Just more overwhelming power, blah, yada, yada, yada. It's a lot of cards there. Makes my machine lag. Then, sadly, what are my thought process here? I want to keep Battler S just to have something that can be called, just in case I deal with the deck that retires stuff. It's mostly my thought process. I might throw away the Bomb Scissor. Having perfect guard searching is really nice, but not necessarily like something I'm like not crazy about it. So probably reduce this and change it for the Bomb Scissor here. Reduce the Zoa so I can have 4 Malignantis. So I can still have extra plays there. So I have 4 of this, 4 of this, 3 of this. Because we're running this, and I still have this perfect card. And Stealth Millipede, well, good. Is not good enough. So instead, I'll be looking for cards that say cannot. And there's our numbers. So another Glass Moth. There is Armor Beetle. Have spaces for like 3 armor beetles. So while we have this shenanigan, we also have this shenanigan just to interact to tell them, yeah, you can't stand things if you're going to be playing board. We're still going to be running ornamental. 2 of his or her units during your opponent's next standby phase, meaning rearguards are... Vanguard is also counted there. So he has to choose Vanguard and 1 rearguard. And if he has a lot of cards on board, can't do shit about that. The advantage of this is that, 1, we have a countercharger that's got to be reliable there, working all the time. We're going to have Blaring Blister there. If we ever shove Mega Cauliflower F, just call it again. We get an extra 10k power plus draw. We have Armor Beetle just to shut down stuff. And also we can just rest, do something. If we're doing that, I feel a lot more confident to run the other machining card, which is the grade 1 Cabister, mostly so just rest this guy by ability, call something, yada yada yada. Deck's still pretty tight though. Only grade 2s that have that shenanigan is this. Let's just search our stuff. So if we can search Beetle, we can have Beetle. But that also means we can shove it into deck. So if we have to do our Stag Beetle, we can just do that. Ornamental is possible to do. The one thing about advantage of Ornamental is if I do Ornamental and they have a full board, there is a possibility I can just do Ornamental and do Strident to anybody else. Instead of using Ghidorah, I can save her up. So I really don't want to reduce Ornamental and still have Stag Beetle there. That's the things. That's the things. It's mostly on play stabilities. Other thing we could do is that we could switch out either to Black Saturn or to Spark Hercules. The disadvantage to Spark Hercules is that we need 2 damage in order to do that, so we'll be putting ourselves in a bit of a situation. But the advantage and disadvantage is that if we do Spark Hercules, we can also shove anything else from Soul to there. And we can just combine it with Stag Beetle with a lot more easier by just calling that guy, do that thing, yada, yada, yada. Or we could do Black Saturn, which is like negate the draw. Shoot on your opponent's vanguards and that you cannot stand. Gets drive +1 until the end of his or next turn. But that's that vanguard. If he writes another vanguard, then that's a completely different thing. This one, though, gets a -5 kit to all of his units. Meaning we can start a beat up, which is a lot more interesting. And we can just shove a grade 2 or less unit, shove it into Soul. Meaning if we ever have to shove a Steel Land in there, we can just shove a Steel Land in there. Or if we have a Mega Cauliflower S that we don't need, then we just do that. It seems Grisrot was still very good. So I want to keep that. Covering Mega Cauliflower S like that's pretty good. Armor Beetle is not like the best card ever, but he is a good interruption there. We're telling him you can't boost Bastard. So that is something we can keep. The one thing is our grade 3 turn is fairly weak. This is just... We could either do Stag Beetle to combo like that. Because we have 2 combos. We either have Ornamental, give us a lot of boost in power, punch our opponent really hard. Or we got Stag Beetle, which is call a bunch of stuff from our Soul. And we can just take advantage of those cards in Soul. This tells our opponent that they just can't stand a lot of things. But if it's a right thing of like going first, I can do some... I feel like Stag Beetle is the better one. I might reduce Ornamental. Add enough for Spark Hercules. Just feel like that grade 2 turn will be a lot better for us, honestly. Plus, we're running a lot more of that. I mean, we could do... The advantage of this one is it gets a triple drive, though. And it's a counterblast Soul Blast, so we can guard a lot more. I don't know. I'll try the Spark Hercules first. We already added the Battler F. We have 4 Sentinels. We have the Bomb Scissors. Just extra pressure there. So let us do that. Let's run my good old pal, Spark Hercules. Okay. So now we have something we can do in grade 3 turn a lot easier. So let us see. Either Sashi, Ragzi, or Laboon. Which one we shall interact with? We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. Other than that, the deck is working fairly good. The disadvantage with this type of deck now is that we're going to be relying 100% more on drawing high-class monsters to do our counter-charging shenanigans. We lose the draw thing, but we don't have to rely less on our opponents doing stuff. Actually, thinking about it, we could do plus 5k power plus soul, but we'll be shoving things into soul with that ability. Gives us a bit more power. I'll be more reliant on, well, yeah, we can reduce S to add more Sweet Cocktail or Armor Beal. I think Sweet Cocktail is just the overall better card. So we're going to be doing that. So this increases this from Calamity Wall. And then just keep asking there. Yeah. Because if we're really going to be running this the way we're running it, and Battler S being less integral to the strategy, and it just still just being just a nice card we can have. Heck, I could reduce the Battler S to 1. Because again, Battler S is not fairly important. As soon as we get it, we got it. But having 2 means we can just see it a lot more often. There's also the fact that I fucked up with not activating the effect of Brilliant Blister and just adding it to hand with its ability. But now we have a sort of combo with Stag Beetle. Also, the advantage of Stag Beetle is that if we don't have the grade 2 to like shove into Soul, it's a grade 2 or less, so we can just shove whatever. So that works perfectly fine for us. But it's a disadvantage for Black Saturn though. But it does do a minus 5k for the entire board. That is something very interesting. And it stays until the end of the opponent's turn. Also means that we can adjust depending on our opponent's situation. Also means we have to rely. Because if we do Ornamental, then we would have to call more things to board to do our shenanigans. But if we do Stag Beetle, we can just do Stag Beetle, call things from Soul, yada yada yada. And if we want to recuperate a bit of soul, just activate Spark Hercules' ability, just shove it back into soul, get a lot more power. Also, the nice thing there is as well, is that we combo it with Mega Colony Battler S. Oh, now they're playing. Of course they're. Must have been waiting each other most likely. Oh well. I just wanted to make a machining deck. So it's generally something. I feel like the Terran deck was a lot better, especially with the last adjustment we did. Just changing it for the Jello Bolts. Jello Bolts just overall better card. Just gives us a lot more soul. Gives us a draw. When it attacks, it's still just a body. So it's just like fairly solid. Beep beep. 1, 2, 3, 4. And tails. I called it first. Heads, he shoots. So, what are you gonna do? Second. Okay, then good luck, have fun. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, high class mob, fairly fine. We're gonna be hit first, so just shove everything away. Try to get it to grade 3. 1, 2, 3. No grade 3s. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This guy. Then stand and draw. There we go. We got Spark Hercules. We don't have anything there that could help us there, so I think we're gonna do Brilliant Blister. I mean, I can come in Brilliant Blister next turn with more shenanigans. Nah, we're gonna be doing Brilliant Blister. Okay, get a draw. And then enter. Okay. We don't have the best grade 2, but we got a grade 2. Something I have to appreciate. Okay, we're on to that one. So activate that, blah, blah, blah. From their hand, discards it. If it's a grade 2 or less, you draw a card. AK, no guard. I need the damage. Damage check. Also, Brilliant Blister. That's gonna be something. Stand and draw. We got Stack Beetle. Let's go. So that means committing means a lot less painful. So ride. Then commit battle. 9k. Do that. No guard. Dry check. Just a armor beetle. That's fine. End of turn. If they commit something, then armor beetle becomes something useful. If not, then meh. But we still have Brilliant Blister, and then we're going to have a Mega Collie Battler S to force them to call something from their hand. No auto abilities. Probably they're going to call the Quick Shield. Nope. We have units in board that we can just tell them not to do. Okay, we can do shit here. Do that. Activate the ability. They whiffed on the Rotapon ability. Then let's see. Gonna lose an attacker here. Thinking. Gotta be patient, man. Strike Fighter's really good. G-Guard's really good. I'll probably cancel the turn with this. Oh, wait, I'll get Battler S. Never mind. Yeah, I'll have Battler S, so that's fine. We gotta get patience, man. Activate that again. They don't have the Counter Blast, but they did have the Soul Charge there. Ooh, that is interesting. Yeah, I'll have to shut down this turn with King Garia. Discard another card. They're dicks. Discard. Beep beep. OT. We'll have to do with it. Goes into bind. Such an annoying card. Stand and draw. God damn it, I didn't take the damage I needed. That's annoying. Should have taken it. That's on me. We'll have to do that, not gonna lie. Right. That one. Yeah, I fucked up there. That's on me. Call Brilliant Blister there. Then call this out here. I fucked myself over. I'm an idiot. So stupid. It's a 17k power boost. Yeah, that's all I could do. 29k. God damn it. All the Steelants just don't appear. To hand. I fucked myself over. GG. Yeah, I just fucked myself over, man. I played that wrong. One, two, three, four. He gets your shoes. Go in second. Have fun. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hopefully we get what we need. Brilliant Blister, grade 1, grade 2. This is the one I want. This is a good first turn boost, but I need to search grade 3. So bottom to bottom to bottom. 1, 2, 3. Not great. First draw. Brilliant Blister. The draw. Not great. And turn. that. Get another benefit. No guard. No trigger. Power and draw. Also Stag Beetle, that's fine. Looking for Spark. Hercules regardless. Stand and draw. Oh, thank God. Get this. Put top 5 cards in. Great one or less. Brilliant Blister or Counter Charger. This one could give us draw power. This one gives us a Brilliant Blister to hand to be able to do shenanigans, attack with a bit more power. Or Counter Charger. This gives us a Counter Charger though. Also makes it so we can search a Great 3 faster. Considering the hand, I might have to commit a bit more to board. Actually, no. One, two, three, four. Then do this guy here. No. Activating the ability. Look at the top deck. Choose a machining from amongst them. We got Stag Beetle in there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then choosing long grade 2. Shove there. So shove this one here. Main phase. And we can do this to attack like that. We can do this to generate a bit more power. So just call. Let's get more power in there. And then this won't generate us. So do this. Swing, swing. Check. Got what we wanted. Then okay, they're gonna do their exact same shit again. So we just have to keep committing to guarding. Soul has her. Discard. Then, if your opponent has 5 or less cards, they draw a card. Call that guy again. I got that guy again. He switches by ability. Either Rui or another Dino Fest to get another card. He's not gonna do the counter blast. Okay, so just doing the soul, meaning boosted a rear guard. If your opponent has 4 less cards, he's gonna make me discard regardless. So if your opponent has 4 more cards, regardless, you have to do a discard. Thinking. Could do this. Won't be enough to guard though. Guard here. Need the damage here. No guard. No trigger, they recover 1. Power to here. That's a 26k. Don't have enough to guard anymore. We'll have to take this hit. No guard. Stand draw. Right. One. Main phase 2. Look at my soul. This one's useless. This one's useful-ish. The other one is a lot more useful. So all I have to do is call this lad here. I mean, I could call 2 boosters to be fair. Oh, well, no, it does have a use. Okay. So I just do this. Activate the ability. Call him. And then call... This is going to be a 17th, so you have to drop a 5k regardless. 10k in order to properly guard this. Vanguard's going to be swinging 17. That should be fine-ish. I'll commit another Brilliant Blister, so it should be fine. This column, he's going to need 14k, 14k. He's going to need the booster. Call there. Then Flame Buster's ability, and he's placed there. So blast the 1 card. Ah, I fucking hate this mic so much. I don't even touch it, it disconnects. Oh, okay. What else should I do? If I really want to make this deck Then it would be Stag Beetle, and I shouldn't be doing the machining route. I should just be doing Mega Colony good stuff. If I'm gonna be doing that route. So just rely on Stag Beetle and just find things I can just... that have cannot abilities or whatnot. And just do that. So, what are my options? So, on-place abilities... we could do Nasty Smog, tell them they can't move things there. All opponent in the back row, same cannot stand during his or her next stand phase. That is advantage of Nasty Smog. What else there is? We have Nasty Smog, we have Armor Beetle. I feel like Nasty Smog something that's nice to have. We have Stealth Millipede. Just to do like, yeah, you can't stand there, but if they pick up their stuff like they did there with Nubatama, it's fairly worthless. What else we can do there with that? Because if they're not calling stuff, then there's less of an advantage there. These are the cards that have the cannot abilities. This one's just Mel, they can't do shit. Or get drive checks, yada yada yada. This is choose the number of one of the regard, rest of regards until you have burned, and blah 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 blah. And then stand this unit. This is basically a Stag Beetle target. So basically stand this, do that shenanigan, doesn't do much. So I basically just play my thinking. Because I do Hill's Demise to rest something forcefully. Sweet Cocktails just pops something. So I think I'm just gonna need something to shove itself into Soul. Bounce generate me draws, because in that case, if it be Elite Mutant Giraffa, be like our guy there, we would need something in grade 1 though. Okay, let's look at our grade 1s here. So we have Padoru Novi just for extra survival. We do Battler M, this is to go itself somewhere else. This generates a stuff. We could do Little Dorcas. Just a grade 3 top search. We still need grade 3s. I just need to reduce grade 2s a bit. But for grade 1's sake, we don't have a lot here. Grade 2, we got good options, honestly. Gonna be running Machine Mantis just for grade 3 search. We're doing more mill. We can do Hidden Killer Leaf. We have cards for discard ability, so that's fairly well. Could do the mill routes, but I want to do Stag Beetle. That means we would have things with placed abilities. So Stamping Red just gives us something, probably gives us a draw if they can't do access to Cradle Markers. So we can do Stag Beetle Cradle Marker is a thought process. But then at that point, if we're going to be doing Cradle Marker, it would not be less worth it. So just calling things that can just deny plays mostly. So Armor Beetle or Giraffa. Giraffa negates the Intercept and moving to colors. Gives us draw as well. You just stand with this lineup. We can look at Stoichia cards. Let's look into a grade 2 lineup. What do we have here? Maple is generic stuff mostly, because it's just a bloom. And a clear, same thing. Token stuff, not ours. Nope. Nope. Skyward was just bad. This gives us an Insect Vanguard. Will be worth. This is just cause something to drop. We can have other units that do that just on place. So placed. So we could do Type C call. Plays. We can top grade that. Put it into the bottom deck or discard it. We can do that shenanigan. We can do White Scales. We can do Saphira. Because we're doing Stack Beetle. Stack Beetle lets us call something. Just think about that. So let's see what we can do. So unit's ability, that's not what I'm looking for. Let's see what we can do here. This is from hand. From hand as well. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Twos here. We do have the grade 1. Because this one relies on your Vanguard, your right face. If you don't have a Maple in this card, we even call this card to rear. So we can have the grade 2 Maple Superior call itself. Let me check something to see if the wording is proper. Your greater Vanguard is placed, so Stride does work. So we would be getting access to... No, I didn't mean that. I mean grade 2 placed. So we can get access to Maple to Superior Call yourself with Stack Beetle. To be something that we can always rely on. Just keep getting back. From hand. This is also from hand. So Maple's just a very neat access that we can have. So we can do that. 4 Maples. We got Lesson Battler S. If Maples, just keep coming back. Get this one out. We could do 4 Maples for this. Got 2 decent right targets. What is that grade 1 over there? Doesn't do as much. So Maples that keep coming back. We can do Battler S. Stand. Stand abilities. For Lascadia mostly. It's a stun. There's a little Mythiarch. I have to sit down and make a deck for this as well. My internet disconnected again. That was fun. Switch grade 3s. Nothing fairly worth, honestly, on this end. And on this is that we have the on place unit is the most we get. So placed. This is what we get. This is on rear, this is on van. We have this guy. Sadly, he's still restricted to 1. This is the best one. This gives us access to Silverhorn Beast as an archetype. That sounds fairly cool. So that's the only one that we have there with a decent amount in place. This one just Vanguard everything in place, just call it. So just a free call for that. Grade 2s, there's nothing really decent that was placed. Guard. Rear. And with fairly decent ability that we can abuse, that's generic enough. Sadly, no. Because Bushi Prompt is a very more synergized game, but we did not get that at all. Oh, sir. We did not get that game with a lot more synergy there. Go do Shield Fisher talk, calling shenanigans. Force them to play the grade 2 game. Do that, call things to rear. Honestly, all we got is from place abilities like that, but we really got nothing. This just lets us generate token. The other one lets us do a top deck check, and then superior calls something, but it's not from hand. So nothing fairly well. Okay, you're gonna move the same way. We're gonna this is good for like that type of control. We need a lot more draws then. So let's see draws. What do we have access for in draws here? Card name, puts it into your soul. Let's see. We have access to here. See. Grade 3 shenanigans. Doubt it. Grade 0. Let's see. Magnolia. Then we can access here for it. Well, the Mega Call the Battler deck. Let's see. Let's see. Stand. This is for paradise. Nope. 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 Fairly nope. Flagberg. This is the maple that can super close up from drop zone. Persona right as well in order to do that. Let's see. Need plant gauges in order to do that shenanigan. Flagberg support. Flagberg support. If your rear guard did not stand by card affects this turn, this unit can attack. This unit that gets big, that's fine. Just gets power and all that schnaz, nothing much. Yeah, nothing here. Switch back to make a colony, honestly. Nothing there that can be fairly useful. Best is just like Makeup Widow, but it's not fairly as good. Because I could do is just like get the cards I need, do that shenanigan, yada yada yada. For Nubatama. Basically just gotta tell them not to play the game. The only way I can just screw over Nubatama. Nubatama. It's fairly difficult to deal with. Oh wait. Water King. Huh. Forgot about this guy. It involves a standing, but like Is there anything that stands fairly easy? Stand. Don't know why I have a caps lock on. It would involve dilating. Stand where you rest of regards as you get 5k power. That's it. We have this one. If I'm machining, if the number one. This only stands a machining card. Fairly useless for me. Burner. I could dominate, blow up my board. It's fairly a problem there. So I need things that can either superior call themselves from drop. So Maple can always come back. Always coming back, so I have units to play around with something. I can do Black Saturn Stag Beetle. Stag Beetle does its shenanigans. This is fairly difficult. Especially since I'm letting myself to Stag Beetle. Well, not really. Just want Machine to work. I roll Machine instead. So we could have Lady Bomber just to make sure I can get a counter out of that, even though it cost me soul. But I can prepare soul, so it should be fine. If not, I just don't call her. If I have to call her, it's just less useless. Because Ornamental can rest everything. And then I get all my standing abilities. So, oh, it's rested, I can do that. Trying to think here. Really trying to think how do I make it work. Because I can do Lady Bomber. I really want to do counter charge. But could do a roll lock. Okay, let's see if I can get something so fairly decent. We generate so much. No, really. Nope. None of these cards, especially with the Vanguard I have. Meaning I'm forced to run something that can give me some level of soul. So most likely, I don't have a lot of machining package, sadly. So something else, probably Mega Lancer. So most likely, reduce Giraffe, get Mega Lancer in there. I mean, I do have a Serp Dragon in there. Yeah, Mega Lancer looks a lot better now. Where is it? Get 3 of him in there. So now I have something that can generate shove things into soul in there, which is fairly nice. Okay, this is the best I feel like I can do here. Shut down intercepts. Can keep reviving rotting usurp. Depending on the play, yeah. Okay. And it crashed, of course it does. If I do too much deck editing, it just crashes like that sometimes. Okay, let's see if I can do one game with that. I just feel like with Mega Colony, thanks to our stride selection, we just have less options of what we can. I mean, I can do either G Ghidorah, V Dark Phase, the Elite Mutant Dark Phase, not the Ghidorah. I could do Standard, I could do V Ghidorah, Premium Ghidorah. Feel I can still do Shield Fisher. I still feel like Shield Fisher is still something I can do. Just 18k body is still fairly good. I just can't do first turn stride. Is still just not something I can. Oh wait, I have to change my triggers. Less bomb scissors. I need my draws. So I'm gonna need the format. Paralyzed Madonna. Save deck. Holy Wall. Go back. So let's check Izonite, Kami, or Glacia. See if we can get a game. We got a game. So get this guy out. Get him in there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tails, okay. He called it, so... Tails, he gets to choose. Going first. Okay, then good luck, have fun. As first. Turn everything but the high-class moth. Bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we got a discard. We got this. Seems good. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Okay, so ooh, angel feathers. That is something. Look at top 5 cards of the deck. Yeah, that's fine. I'll have to do Steel End to see if we can get something else. If we can get a high class moth, that'd be better. Whiffed. Okay. Stand and draw. Then discard. Look at the top 5 cards of the deck. And bada bing, bada boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then, right. Then him. First off, draw. Down with his ability. Look at the top 5 cards of my deck. Use a grade 3 unit or less from amongst them. Add it to hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then discard the exact same card. Then just battle. Check. Critical trigger, power and crit. Ooh. Gabriel, okay. That's not bad. Pretty good, actually. Means this is very dangerous. This is when you attack, will boost the soul blast, choose a card from your damage zone, put it into your hand. Put a card, put the top card of your deck, damage zone face down. Then we have this one. Soul blast until it's increase the tier by the reveal for each direction. So triggers become way more powerful when we're ready. Okay. 17k. I don't need to damage this early on. Face down. Yeah, there we go. I was waiting for that. 17k to my 28. My turn. Stand and draw. I'll have another strike folder. So I got 2 Mega Lancers. I can forgo the one of them. I can attack break 2. Going second, so they're able to do Gravio first turn. So I don't have to commit as much here. Could do Mega Lancer just to push a bit more. Only have 1 in hand though. Battle. Swing with this. I think about it. I should have stuck with the Intrude Scissors on hand. Should have discarded the Usurp Dragon. Yeah, because now I'm in a situation where I just do not have the proper grade 3. And you appeared late, sir. Heal trigger. I fucked myself over. Oh well, what can I do? Blah, 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 blah. And we have Gabriel. Yep, I screwed myself over. I had to keep the 1, and I should have just wrote in True Scissors. This is the Uriel. Skill. Oh, that's not it. A marker allocation. Yeah, because it's the whole skill of Uriel. Is you get the protect first, then you can do the whole shit. Then when plays counterblast, do your shenanigans, yada yada yada. I really fucked up. I should have kept the intrude scissor at least to get the protect marker. Because I have not seen Stag Beetle. Mantis came in a bad moment. Yeah, shit. Got that perfect garden. No guard. Front trigger. Who's a little Dorcas? I'll be 13k, I guess. So now I'll be able to pick up something. Probably the Black Shiver. And call the Black Heart. Broken Heart. Right, got a Stride Fodder. Regardless of the Stride Fodder's abilities, the surf is going to come from the drop zone. Guard. $39. We'll have enough. Draw trigger, power draw. Right, stand draw. Fricking pulled that shit out of my ass. Back 1. Skill activated on place. So I'll be calling this one to the back. And then actually this one to the back. And then this one here. And then striding. Considering the board position, it's got fairly amount of units. I can get a good amount of draws out of this. Could do board stun here. Doors is not really worth here. Don't have cards to stun with. Has no standing unit, so I can reduce power. Do this. Choose the face on card reason. Turn the face up. You have the enough counterblast to reduce power. Have an intrude scissor in the drop zone. Yeah, fair enough. Do that. Well, forgot. 13k, so it hits fairly fine. Doesn't have a full board, but we should do some deck setting here, so let's do that. Kind of +1. Look at top 6 cards my deck. The grade 3 unit from amongst them out of the hand. Shuffle. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus gets a +6k there. 15k. Actually, I can call this guy here. Save her up for later. Activate her ability, counter +1. Choose a card in Magi Zone, flip it face up. Flip him. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is a hand. Then move this away to call this one here. Activating its ability. Rest. Choose a card in my drop zone, put it at the bottom of the deck. Bottom. Choose 1. Great. 2. Discard. Then, since I didn't get that unit, I can reduce the power. The cards face down. All your that won't proc. So I can do this to shove in there, get soul. I'll probably do that. Called Mega Lancer. Backgrade to can't intercept. Then battle. This guy attack the Vanguard. Spin Hex Row, shift the soul. +1, 2, 3, 4. So that's a +8k. Critical trigger. It's fine. 27k. I gotta think more with the mentality of the Randu stunning the board. So I should add those, but have a different counter charger in there. Critical trigger. Power crit. Third check. Critical. Power crit. Then power attack. Call. Then place. That should have been my last attack. I should have thought of that through. Oh well. I can Soul Blast the 1. Stand this guy plus 10k here. And plus 5k. So, boost this guy attacks 35k to your 25k. Didn't plan that as well as I should have. 40k. Goes to bind. Do G guard. You send them to bind. There we go. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Gets 2+2. That could have been done better. Keep forgetting just like final attack do this guy. 35k. Still hits. Okay, so call that guy, can't do plays. Call that guy, can't do plays. End of turn. Well, let's see. Yeah, I should do Mega Lancer like that. I can do intercept, fairly easy. Okay then. Regardless, I have to do changes now. I know what I have to do. So let me just move to the area out. So then I sort of have a better idea how I should do it. The rotting usurp is fairly fine. Reduce this back, get this there. Just gonna have to adjust how I'm doing this here. Yeah, keep little Dorcas, keep high class moth. Or I could reduce these to 3. Cannot. So then I just add the good cards that have the cannot abilities. So basically Giraffe just to kill off intercepts, so on and so forth. 4 of him. I have 4 of this man here. So we'll have to mess around with my grade 2s for that. This guy has a more likelihood to have to soul, do countercharge shenanigan. So shoving to soul means I'll need less of Mega Lancer. 3 here. 4 of him. Could have him to 4 to... Yeah, I should. We'll be having this guy here. We'll be having a missing Mega Lancer. Grade 3 Searcher with this. Could have something more soul shove itself in there. Can't really think of any. Okay, my mic died again. Perfect. Let's see. What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? Riding a circle always comes back when we stride. We do Machine Stag Beetle to do the shenanigan. Okay. Let me just get my brain ended. This is the last attack always if we did some damage. So basically do the first attack if we hit, nice. If we don't, Steel Ant, still do that. Cocktail, still do that. Could reduce copies of... I'm gonna have double the counter charger. Gonna be running the exact same amount of counter chargers, the amount of units I need for like counter blast abilities. We'll be dropping the high class moth though. could reduce this to 3, reduce this to 3. It's still things I can search out. Do Mantis. And then we can just like look at what we really want to have. More high class mods because I can just shove things back into the deck just in case of emergencies. I think high class mods at 4 is fairly important. Because we're going to have Mantis, because Mantis can search my high class mods, making it a lot less difficult to get it. Self millipede, if we have to write it, we'll write. Having the machining stride, thinking about it, doesn't seem as bad. Also because our card machining and card chooses number after the north is a card with with machining under card name. Stand them. Your opponent chooses 2 of his or her resting units for each standing unit, and they cannot stand in your opponent's next stand phase, meaning I could restand the 1 unit and I can stun if he doesn't have the Vanguard. I can just do that. So having 2 is not that bad, actually. I could just probably just... I didn't mean that. God damn it. I can just have 2 of Despot. Just so I can have the stand ability. I don't have a lot of rested units. I can just do Despot, do that, blah, 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 blah. Two of this is fine. Bigger shield. Go back to Great Force. Just grab. Ignore him. Where is her? There it is. We got Morphosian. There. We got Counter Charger. There we go. Okay. So basically, Despot, if I have the opportunity, just do him. I can restand one of my stuff. So Stack Bill becomes less of a, yeah, that's a nice card, but whatever. Don't have a grade 3 searcher, so Mantis is just going to be a lot more important. I run way less machining because there's just less decent machinings. Advantage of Despot doesn't force me to stand machining cards. Sad thing, we don't have a lot of machining G cards. If we had, it'd be a lot more easier to deal with this shit. Sadly, we do not have it. Giraffe's fairly good. Knocks down intercepts. Can get big if the opponent's board is just like that. Cocktail's just fairly decent. We don't have good grade 1s to do like that shenanigans early on. We got Stealth Millipede if we have to have it to just interrupt boards. This is not our goal, but if we need it, we have it. Also, if my opponent doesn't have a board first turn and we are sitting on Stag Beetle, advantage is we can just call this to a circle. Well, it won't be doing the stun. This won't be doing shenanigans, but we can still call something fairly decent, and we can do the stun with Despot. Okay, yeah, I think this is fairly good. Fairly decent with the Despot there. Okay. Feel like that was a good change there. Kami Rungsi Satchie Ko Thunder and Ragnoir. Ooh, this is fairly late. After this, I gotta dip. Bam, 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 bam. Another calling out of course on the Ragnar, Teddy Boy, Kami, Rungzi, Sashie, Kaped 9, Apalbap Tapcha. see. Anybody up for a match? Honestly, yeah, I feel like this is just like the best way to go. Just have 2 units that can be annoying, and then I can restand one of them with Despots. Honestly speaking, I really want to add more to other than Despot. I could drop a G guard, honestly. Could honestly drop the Relish Lady, and I could drop Melagama. Honestly, I don't look into these guys fairly often. Let's just do double Despot. Could do 3 Despot because I only really would need to restand 2 units. Yeah, I don't really think I need the 4. I feel like the 2 Despot's fairly fine. I mean, it could be like stun the board, but I doubt it. I get that far. 2 Despot seems fairly nice. Might add the Relish Lady back. Yeah, I think this is fine. There we go. Trying to set these 4 if they're willing to game. Got Choco Queen in there. Choco Queen probably just spawned in here. Just gonna dip right now, just a bit. Yep, I've been disconnected once. That's what my phone's telling me. Should wanna play a game? She does not. Beep 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 beep. Let us see. There we go. We got a match. Get that guy out. Shove it in there. Windows Resquado. And Tails. They forget the heads and tails is first. Then the draw. You choose. You won the coin toss. Who's going first? Well, that was a problem again. You decide. Yeah, this is like what am I? You could say, yeah. Okay, that looks fairly cool. Got the Courier 1 in there. Send this to the bottom. Get this to hand. 1, 2, 3. Uh. So I have to do the top 3 with the top 2. Okay, stand draw. Discard. For the top 5 cards. Choose High Class Moss. Can't pick High Class Moss. Keep forgetting. Has to be. I mean, it could now just add this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then. Right. That. Call this out here. Zone. Flip it face down. Then get the draw. Nah. Cable, no. Cable, no. Okay, with a boost, this lady attacks. Do not have the soul for it. Only from him. Also Vanguard can't. No G guard, so gotta really focus on writing here. You can guard. Just no G guards. Yeah, you can only guard from hand. Check. And then enter. And rest. The cable got loose. Again. Okay. Perfect. Ah, okay, it's a cable again. Okay. He's confusing. They're two sanctitudes. Exactly. Triple drive. Triple trigger, power and crit. Check. Critical trigger, power and crit. There's high class moth. So now 33k. 55. And the turns, go to hand. To hand. Have problems with soul here, so I can't really do soul abilities. He's not playing premium. I think he's just playing this. I think I sort of understand a problem I'm having here. Well, this does kill intercepts like the other guy. Okay. I can guard sort of everything. Top 3. There we go. So that's mostly triggers, most likely. Bam 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 bam. Bam 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 bam. Enfangado. Well, that's crazy. Gonna be doing that. That's perfect. So that is 22k, 24k. So in that one, I just gotta guard with this lad here. 27k. Plus 10k. The trigger, power to Vanguard. 29k as well. Let's do his guard with him. 32k. 29k. Just take it. There we go. 37k. Double soul, generate another marker. I can do double up to Urandus now. Stand and draw. So I'm just gonna do double up to Urandus for 2 turns. Call. Engado skin. Enter blast tool. Discard the 1 card. No calling. Then resting. Do the card from my drop, put it back into the deck. Using blisters. Bottom, counter charge 1. Battle. 17k to your Vanguard. $27. Okay. Full Rebel Drive. Nothing. Second check. Nothing. Third check. Heal trigger. Power to here. Cover 1 damage. Then 17k to Vanguard. $32k. No calling. Okay, you could have heard it, but okay. There you go. Choose trader. I'll cover this here. And then bang out the skin. Beep, beep. Discard a card. No calling. Then discard rust. Choose a card in my room. Put it on the bottom. Bottom. Here's 1. Then battle. $13k to your Vanguard. On trigger, that's fine. $27k. Doesn't get the 15k. It's only 37 guard. It's not even 37, it's only 32 guard. Only when the attacking unit attacks. There we go, 37, 37, 47. 42. Oh, there it is. Bum bum. He's basically dead. And basically just it's 2 phase downs. We can do overwhelm. Just power up with grip, swing on the power. Ability, kind of lost 1, choose a card. Do a copy of him. When the rest of rear guards, if the number of opponents rest of rear guards is more or less, you get script +1, drive +1. So +1 drive. Then best. There's a normal area for my job, put it in the bottom of the deck. And I charge 1. And then choose. And +1. So minus 10k. There we go, we have soul, so we can do things here. Sadly, now I don't have the restain. Unless I can somehow pull it. Don't know how. We shall see. So battle plus all your units get 2k power for each phase down card your opponent's damage zone, so he gets 3, so that's a +6. All units. So start off with 19k to him. Heals. Perfect. So now with a boost, that is 26k downwards Vanguard. GG. Turn. Okay. So now I have a bit more info in there. So, first of all, that was not a great match. I was basically playing V with him. Shubidu's hit copies of him. Go to 3 up the Randus. Just didn't do the cards I wanted. That situation where he doesn't have any cards there, Rafa kind of dies. Seem to just not have cards into soul the entire time. But something I always forget is that as long as I got my like Nantes, then I can just shut things into soul, even if it, as long as it means paying counterblasts. So I think the deck's fairly fine at the moment. It just can't do a lot of stun in this deck. This takes advantage that it can do function on its own, doing its shit. I have 4 of him. This one can show up the soul to do that. More of its shenanigans. Usually first turn stride. If I'm going second, I can just do these 2, or this one, this one. If not, High Class Moth is still a pretty fair option. If not, I can just do Ultra fairly decent to call. If I do any of them, I can still do Despot. Despot does his thing. Let me check this one. Turn G Guardian face up, sadly. I don't have Machining G Guardian, so that sucks. That would have been fairly nice to have a Machining G Guardian. Now we have to run 3 of the Randus. This guy's really good for draws, but it means I would have to get High Class Moth fairly early. What else? We could ignore Stealth Millipede, but I want to have Stealth Millipede mostly just to have the... Yeah, you just can't play here. But if they have a board and I want to do the stun play... I don't know. I genuinely don't know what to do here. All I know is that Soul's fairly tight here. Soul's very dangerous here. Genuinely think I should take out the High Class Moth on us. I should take the Stealth Millipede. I could use Steel Land to do its abilities, do the stunning effects, yada yada yada. Could... What grade 1 should I switch it with? That is a question. Because Cyclone Moth is there. Because considering the situation, I want more like search my grade 3s as fast as possible. And since they're trying to ignore my on hits, little Dorcas might be the way to go. Just have that little guy. Search more of my grade 3s. So I can search most likely High Class Moth, most likely Machining Stag Beetle. If not, keep the guys I have. I just need a draw. That's what I'm fairly sure. Could do the Giraffe line. But that implies that they got things in board. The little Dorcas, he can be fairly useful on Vanguard. Rails has a pretty decent ability here. K, then counter charge 1. I mean, it has an on-place ability. Just choose something, give it power, shove it into soul the end of the turn, then counter charge. It's not that bad, actually. Especially considering the type of units I am running. It's fairly good. Do that, give it power, and the turn just shoves itself into soul so I can countercharge with it. Be one of the few soul targets I have here. Press soul. Could do... I'm thinking. Because this is fairly good. Doesn't imply my points have a board. Then I can interrupt it. This just gives me power now and that shenanigans. Could do cards with soul. Plus I'm doing Stag Beetle to call on there. Could take him out. This guy will be calling itself to board. So you just call things that I could find fairly useful on the rear guard. Do that, increase this. These little Dorcas as well. Could do Battler S. To increase the overall quality here. Because one thought process I could do is I could do the whole 2 of this and 4 of the other grade 1 that can search copies of it. Then I can play like a 2 Giraffe in the deck with a grade 2 for the 2 of this for the other one. So I can make sure this functions here. Sorry, Rising. No, I am not. I'm basically testing, but I'm already cleaning up for the night. It's already fairly late and I got work tomorrow. So I'm just testing out things here. I'm not really doing anything. Sorry about that. Didn't see it. Which is weird because I'm pretty sure I have my... Oh, that's why it's not recognizing. One of my docs for chat is not working. Now it's working. Bot is working. There we go. And apply commands. Nope. Appearance. Blah, 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 blah. That's not it. It. I don't know why. That's weird. Okay, yeah, there we go. That was weird. And no, we're not winning. We're basically just testing out a dumb build. I really want to make a deck around Stag Beetle, but it's fairly difficult to make one around Stag Beetle. Running a SERP can be used, but it's only if we have multiple Ghidorahs, so I think we'll have to cut him out. A Maple would be a better target, most likely. Let's see. We can call this guy that can do his shenanigans, blah, blah, blah. We could do Brilliant Blaster that can do his shenanigans. Icosmoth can do his shenanigans as well. Basically assuming that first turn, we're going to be the first one to stride. So, okay, we're going to be the first one to stride. So let's come in with that thought process. We have pretty decent quality of grade 2s. Could reduce these 2 to 3 to add the Giraffe. This is our target. So we should keep Mantis over there. Grade 1s are fairly fine. For grade 1s, what else could we ride on? I think these 2 are the best ones there are there. Don't really need the rest. We could running 2 of Entry Scissors, that's fine. Meaning we would need something else that can let us either access as draw or something like that. So I am contemplating a machining. We could do 2 Battler S and 1 for Giraffe, mostly so we can benefit from the draw, make them draw cards. Not necessarily what we care for, so I don't think so. It could help us generate soul as well. Instead of doing that, we can just try it as a discard, call this card, get a soul. Can run 2 of that for that. So now, what else should I add here? Contemplating. The idea is basically we're always going to try to run into Stag Beetle. Meaning we're always going to need to search for grade 3. So we're going to be... Wait, alright. Pressing look. Cards we have for look are mostly machining canister. We're going to be doing full machining build, which we'll have to contemplate it. We could do the tri-hole if we're going to be adding the giraffe, but that means we have to take other stuff from the deck. This is mostly just for deck fitting, but this is mostly if we're looking for more cards with Dark Device. Do we have cards here that can rest other cards? No, but we do have cards that can pop other cards that are standing. Meaning, okay. Let me contemplate the plan. In order to operate, I need at least a minimum of 1 counterblast, so I can do my counterblast shenanigans. If they have a standing unit, then obviously we can just stride either into Overwhelm to get the extra drive check, so we can do a quadruple drive plus 1 crit. We could either jump to, if we do end up being successful with the Stag Beetle, we also can do Despot. So we can just counterblast Despot. Or counterblast Despot, but we can do a okay. I need a high class Moth in order to execute this ability perfectly, because I need a counterblast. So I need another grade 3 searcher. So I can either do pressure with Hornet to do a shenanigans. Just attack on him or boost with him to make sure blah 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 blah. Or we can do Little Dorcas so I can ride upon, look at the grade 3, because I really need the high class Moth. Advantage of this guy is that I can just get it into Soul if I do boost in on hit with his ability. This one is just top 5 cards of the deck. Search 1, add it to hand. It's mostly for grade 3, which is important because we only run the 4 Stag Beetles and that's our main target. Because if we're not running Stag Beetle, we're probably going to be trying to do Atlas, which is the G unit. We will lose on the Sentinel, though. Anyway, our target is mostly just to... If we're running generic, Stag Beetle is better. If we run full machining, Atlas is the way to go. But since we're doing generic, we stay on Stag Beetle. This one can help us stun if they have a standing board. But we need to rest the board first, which we don't have units right now for that. So basically our target is basically do this to pop something standing and do this to also pop something standing, meaning we have to do the focus on trying to get high class Moths as fast as possible, meaning grade 3 searching is fairly a lot more important. This is a lot more, we just throw this guy, look at top 5. This is hit, look at top 5. This one can shove itself into Soul and can generate pressure basically by just existing on the back row, but they basically it's a body there that can sometimes just be useless. Or we can do Little Dorcas, which is an on place, and if they have no standing units, he basically is a 13k hitter. Basically, if they have standing things, then we can deal with it. So we won't need Giraffe as much for this type of combo. Mostly just have Battler S just to help you generate Soul. Feel like Little Dorcas like this should be fine. Because my contemplation is if I add the grade 2 that can superior call itself by ability. It's also the fact that if I activate this ability, I can shove something from my rear to Soul. But that would mean I would need something, and if my board is popped, I'm basically relying on getting this or refilling my deck, my hand. So this is mostly just save deck. This is what I have for now. Quality Wall. This just involves Stag Beetle mostly. Yeah. Okay. I'll try to do one more test. Well, it won't crash. It hasn't crashed. Perfect. So let us see. This one's still here since forever. Sashiel. We got Kajum. Imagine Kajum spectating for another game. So I have to test this one. Dantarian. Dantarian works fairly well. Mr. Bolt's going to standard area. Don't have anything really to standard to test out that I really want to play because I just don't want to play standard. Standard is the mic. Okay, again. Standard just doesn't seem fun. Just mostly in the fact that basically we're just getting new decks all the time. Not a lot of the support is very generic enough, so basically the deck I want to play never gets really support. Unless it's like the one card they add. So it's standard just seems very boring. Unless it's like IRL standard, then I can play Sarhaja. That deck just came out. At least the new support where I can play it. But basically the point. I prefer if Bushi just gives us mechanics. Or just keywords and just let us deal with the keywords instead of names. Names are kind of dumb. They're kind of annoying. Very restrictive. Like keywords are sort of restrictive, but like Alchemagic is Alchemagic. I had a guy with Alchemagic. I could play things around with Alchemagic. No, I think I'm gonna dip here. Thanks for hanging, but I think we're just gonna be dipping here. I think I'm just gonna have to sit down and actually play with this deck a lot more. I already built an Antarian deck. The Antarian deck looks fairly better than this, but the Antarian actually has a lot more fair support. But this one, I just gotta sit down. I know there's other premium decks I can do with Mega Colony, but then the bricks. Regardless, thank you everybody for coming. We had a lot of fun, but sadly, we have to go. Oh yeah, I've had too many time here. Okay. See, will not be dropping anything. I just really have to go. See you guys later. Bye. Oh yeah. Tomorrow we shall be having the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Masochist. I'll try to do things more earlier. Problem was that I was just dealing with a fair amount of problems with trying to make a thumbnail for this because I was fairly excited for it, but it ended up being really meh. But tomorrow is Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Masochist. It's a little less preparation. I just gotta think of a thumbnail. And then I can actually do the announcement and everything else. But thank you everybody for coming. See you guys later. Sorry for just zoning out, and the energy was just not that great today. See you guys later. Bye. See you guys later again, Bailey, with the billionth time. Bye.